There we go. Hi. Welcome to our painting stream. We're trying a new time here. It's 10 a.m. where we are. And we're going to be going longer. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. What we do here is we paint 3D models that you can't really see because it is all black. But these are all dungeon tiles that we print ourselves here on the channel. They'll sort of appear as I paint them. They're always really hard to see when it's just the primer. These are all dungeon tiles we print here on those printers that are going behind us right now. The designers, if you're interested, are you can see on our website at dysondungeons.com and under the attributions tab. Check those out if you're curious about the designs that we're using. I'm gonna be painting this Tavern set. We have 2 Tavern sets to round out our sort of prototype series that we printed, using the old gluing method and everything like that we're not using anymore, but we don't want to let those go to waste. So that's what I'll be doing. Lexi, it's rare to have you join us. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm usually not here. Usually I'm mostly streaming. I work on other projects with the show and our campaign. We usually record our campaign on Fridays, and then we broadcast it on Sunday. This week, however, some of our cast members are on vacation, so we can't record new episodes. And that means that I don't have a campaign to prepare for this week. So I'm down here painting, which I like doing. And it's a nice opportunity. So I'm going to be painting this little guy. Bring him as close as I can. And the camera focused. This is Commander Soloff. I haven't gotten to work on him for like a couple months now.
Yeah,
and he is one of the characters in the campaign, one of your allies. You haven't seen him in a while.
We talked to him,
but you did talk to him recently. So I'm touching him up because I've wanted a figure for him for a long time, and this is my chance to kind of finish him because we're going to be going for 4 hours today. Our new streaming schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Eastern. And on Mondays, we stream Final Fantasy XIV. On Wednesdays, we stream Destiny 2. And on Fridays, we do this. We paint. We also, of course, have our ongoing D&D campaign, which still airs Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern. And if you can hear them, we have a cat in the background who is just demanding all the attention this morning.
So these, it's because I didn't give him any wet cat food.
Yeah, your dad spoils them.
Yeah. So, as you can see, these are all magnetized. They come apart pretty easily, but they also hold each other together, which is pretty nice. Hey, morning, Katie.
Oh, good morning!
Yeah, we're trying out a new streaming schedule for our weekly stuff. So, we're going to be starting at 10 a.m. during the week.
It's lovely to see you.
So, what I'm going to be painting are these Tavern pieces. My color palette I'm thinking of doing are going to be yellow, brown, and this deck tan, it's called, over here. But the one that's going to take the most work is the yellow, because I know, having used this yellow before, that it needs several coats. It's a little translucent. A lot of the lighter colored Tamiyas tend to be a little more translucent. So I'm gonna be going and doing that using my bigger flat brush here.
Yes, set. Yes.
Our cat is really upset right now that he wasn't given a bunch of food. Like, not regular. He has plenty of regular food.
Yeah, we don't give that impression.
No, but
he's just demanding his special
extra food.
Wet cat food that he likes to have 3 bites of and then leaves, and then our other cat actually eats it all.
Yeah. So as you can see with this yellow, it goes on very translucently. This will be at least 2 coats, probably 3. And also, because I'm doing so many coats, I'm going to be doing it first so that I can be a little messier with it. So I can get it on the floor and stuff like that, because that's going to get painted over with a darker color. So it won't be a problem. And if I have been getting through these dungeon sets in about 2 hours, but I'm going to try and take my time a little more with this one because we have a longer stream, but I always have a second one of these sets to do if I really want. Yeah.
Yeah, we glued and primed 2 sets yesterday. And we have them right over there, just to our side.
In our little priming station. And remember, when using a primer or anything like that, always wear a mask, be well ventilated. Safety first.
Assuming you are spraying the primer, which is pretty common, since a lot of primers come in spray paint cans.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no reason you can't just paint a primer on.
Yeah, you'd want a primer made for that, but you could definitely do that.
Mm-hmm.
We use an airbrush for ours, just for volume and coverage.
And we just got
a new airbrush head. Yeah.
Oh, and it's nice.
Very exciting. I'm the only one who's gotten to use it in earnest, though. So, we'll see how it looks after 2 coats getting that yellow. I'm guessing, based on this color, that I'm going to need to do 3 coats. If I had primed in a lighter color than black, I probably could get away with 2, but the black tends to really show through.
And eventually we will. We are currently priming with black because
we have a lot of it.
We have a lot of it, but we have what was it? Sand?
Desert tan.
Desert tan that we're going to be switching to.
It's sort of a sand color, though. I think that's why it's the desert tan. A lot of paints, especially model paints for things like this, are built for war vehicles, ships and tanks and boats. So they often have sort of a military, because they're military camouflage-y kind of name. A lot of them. I'm pretty sure our cat's upset.
After a while, there's only so much demanding meowing that you want to take, so I'm just going to close the door.
And right now what I'm working on is just getting coverage, so I'm being a bit messy. All of these parts are gonna get painted over. I have these wood beams surrounding these plaster sections that I'm currently painting the plaster. So it'll be like a bright, shiny kind of tavern, huh? Being yellow.
The bright, shiny... Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Can you have a tavern that is bright and shiny?
Maybe it's a tavern bakery.
I thought taverns all had to be, like, miserable.
Maybe.
Just like miserable, dreary colors.
Maybe this is a cafe instead of a tavern.
Oh, there you go.
Kid Cat says the cat meowing was hilarious. Yeah, he didn't get his extra special food that gets on top of his regular food today, so he's extremely upset. And the reason is he got it last night, but he doesn't seem to care. I don't think he's reasoned that out yet.
No. No, he hasn't. He also doesn't care in general.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick.
Your dad is his favorite person, and
he's gone.
He is gone.
Right now.
They are traveling.
He is exceedingly upset about that.
Because what he wants is to lay on his keyboard and make sure that he can't do any work.
Uh-huh.
And now he can't. Very upset about it.
I mean, he could still lay on the keyboard.
Yes, but that would defeat the purpose of, him blocking someone from actually doing what they plan to do.
That's true. That's the joy. That's where joy comes from. Ruining someone else's day. Right?
For cats, generally the answer is yes.
Unless you're a good kid in Tesla. Who just sleeps 20 hours a day.
Yeah, we have one of our cats named Tesla, and he's a good...
A very sleepy kitty.
He likes to sleep all day.
And all night.
And just every time in between. He wakes up for the occasional scritches.
And then goes back to sleep. Yeah. I'm starting to regret my choice of color.
Why is that?
It's just gonna take so long. Having to do... Normally on these, I find you have to do about 2 coats, but this is probably gonna be a 3-coat color.
Wow. Yeah. That's a 3-coat color.
The black really shows through.
Yeah, that does not
Saturate
at all.
I forgot how many corners the tavern has. wakes up to go outside, poop, get some water, then it's back to sleep. See, that's pretty nice though, because then you know where they are. If you want to pet them, you just sort of, you know, do it gently, don't wake them up.
His attitude is, you want me? Come find me.
Alright. He's got all the old man problems, yeah. Well, this cat that's been meowing is our oldest in the house, and he's got, like, crotchety old man going on. He's got, like, the... Back in my day, things were that way, you know. That's what he's doing. He's just yelling at everyone and everything. Exactly, yeah. The old man waving his cane around, yelling at kids to get off his lawn. That is what pets become when they get older. Especially if you have a younger animal who's like way too hyperactive in the house as well. And is like, hey, let's play, let's do something together. And they're like, leave me alone. These old bones can't handle that anymore. Yeah.
Exactly. A dog is constantly trying to play with the cats.
One cat's just like, I'm asleep, leave me alone. The other one is actually the angry old man who yells at the youngin.
Reminds me, I need to grab the house phone because we're expecting a call from the furnace folks.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting our furnace fixed. It's not fixed, it works. Something is getting adjusted on it. And I guess they're coming later today. I don't know. I don't keep track of all that. Luckily, I'm through almost all the worst of the wall right now, until I have to do the next coat. Got it?
Phone? Yes.
Wait. Now, there's not a lot on these door frame pieces, but you do need to get in to these little cracks here, which is why I always do the plaster first, because there's not a good way to get in here easily without making a bit of a mess. So just do that, and then when I put the wood on over it, it will get all cleaned up. Same's true for this double door frame.
I cannot believe, like, how much the black shows through that. It's crazy.
Yeah. Probably won't be our production color just because of the amount of paint it uses.
It's a nice color. It's this really vibrant canary yellow, but yeah, colors beneath it easily bleed through.
Alright, time to start with second coat. So this is the first coat. As you can see, it's quite see-through. The second coat should do a lot better. But I do think this will be a 3-coat job.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, that's an improvement, but it will need a little more. So if we wanted to do a yellow production, we would probably want to get a different paint that was less translucent. If we were like, it absolutely has to be yellow.
Which, at the moment, I'm not.
But when it all comes together, maybe it will be.
Yeah, it might. And then you'd be like, really? Really? Now I have to do this?
All the time.
For every tavern? It's not great, thank you. Oh man, I was just wondering if we were able to do that.
So the green, I did a tavern set in a nice bright green, and I named that tavern the Lucky Boar.
Yes, because all tavern names, as is known by international law, have to be named adjective noun. The adjective noun.
There is one alternative option. You can call it the noun and noun. Like...
Yeah, like the hammer and sickle.
The horse and carriage.
Yeah, you can do that. But you need special permission.
The rat.
You need to apply for variance.
The rack and pinion. From the... Is it the local government that hands that out, or is there a national governing body of taverns?
There's an international governing body of taverns.
International. Wow.
They're based in Scotland.
And that's why a group of elves that have an obscure dialect that has no adjectives in it just don't drink. Because they can't get a tavern regulated. Right?
Exactly. What are we talking about?
Elven language. If your language doesn't have adjectives, you can't really get zoning from the international body to get a tavern. Right?
Well, that's true.
Well, I think with a third coat, this will do really well.
I'm painting under the cape at the moment.
Yeah. Capes are it's like in The Incredibles. Yeah, they look cool. But do you really want, you don't really want one when you have to paint under it. Right?
If you have a cape that is well integrated into the entire costume and flows around so there's no painting underneath the cape, great. But flowing cape like this, see how it's flowing, is billowing out from him? Don't. Why did I choose this? You're probably thinking to yourself right now, because yeah, but you chose to do that. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm an idiot. And you're fair. That is fair.
The worst part is that 2 of our characters in our D&D campaign now canonically have, a magic cloak.
Yep. So when we refresh these...
Maybe Soria keeps hers in her bag.
Although
I am wearing glamored armor, so I can just make my whole outfit look like whatever I want at any time. Yeah.
Yes, you can. And in your character, it'd be really great if you were my character has a cloak and it makes it, I always make it glamored, so no one can tell.
Well, one thing that I said when I got the glamored armor, and I don't think I haven't actually really changed, and I don't think anyone has this in their head at all. But technically speaking, Soria's been walking around in a purple suit this whole time.
I know you have. That's part of the reason why people sort of question you a little bit longer. They look at the suit and they're like, okay. You're wearing a giant purple suit.
What do you mean, a giant purple suit?
Well, you had gotten the suit in the style of Coromon.
Uh-huh.
And his suit was a little flowy.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Like a zoot suit?
Not quite that flowy. That's very flowy. Get that real close to my face.
Is that a reminder alarm?
It is a reminder alarm. A reminder that you should be expecting a call.
I think this will be a nice color once all the yellow gets saturated. I just want to demand the 3D printers things.
Our 3D printers do make little songs. They're really charming, lovely printers. They just want to sing and dance and print things, but mostly sing and dance.
And they have a hard time dancing, given that they're...
You see, look, that guy's damn. Look at he's like a 97 step. Let it never be said that we claimed our humor was good on the channel.
Uh-huh. Well, I think the yellow is getting closer, don't you?
It is getting closer, yes.
That's a good question, Lexi. If someone was wanting to get into 3D printing, what would be a good, decent printer to start with? You know the most about the 3D printing.
Well, that depends a little bit on what sort of things you're looking to print. Because there are only about 1 billion 3D printers out there. And the truth is, most of them are just fine. There's a lot that are perfectly acceptable, will get the job done, do it pretty well, and not break the bank. Then there's a few that are kind of mid-tier and can do some more features and do some little specialty print. And then there's like, oh, I'm going to spend a few $1,000s on this. And they all have different capabilities. If you're looking to print stuff like Soloth here, you're looking to print figurines, there's really only one way to go.
Resin.
And that is getting yourself a stereolithographic printer. And those are the resin printing. They have a little curing vat of liquid resin. The plate rises out of the resin, and little UV lasers, truly, little UV lasers, cure the resin into the shape. They have incredibly fine definition, and because of the nature of their printing, they can create characters like this
that have like overhangs and stuff.
That have really steep overhangs, because they are a little bit better equipped to do that with the material, with the way that it prints. They print with, and you can actually see the evidence of it. It's a little hard to make out on the camera, but under here on the cloak is actually a whole bunch of little spots, little rough spots. And that's where support structures print that cling to the figure. So if you're looking to get into printing figurines like this, very fine detail, very delicate stuff, you're going to want to look at a stereolithographic resin printer.
That does require, like, ventilation and...
Yeah, there's a few things with stereolithography printing that make it more complicated. One, when the resin is printing, it does give off toxic fumes. So, it's not something that I recommend having inside your home unless you have a very well-ventilated space with forced air circulation. I mean, it's not like, oh my god, it kills you if you're around it for a few minutes, but it's toxic. And when you're around the printer, you should be wearing a mask. So you have to keep those things in places, usually like in a garage, and that's usually the best place for most people's homes.
And then you sort of neutralize it after you printed it, right?
If you're doing resin printing, you need to have the printer. You also need to have a neutralizing bath, which is usually done with denatured alcohol. After it's done printing, you take the print and you dunk it in a bath of denatured alcohol, and that neutralizes the toxins that are in there. Then, with the stereolithography printing, you need to, once it's done printing, you'll peel away. Actually, this will print with all these linear support structures that go up from the base and they grab on. And you peel them away, and it's kind of fun. It's really satisfying to peel them back, and it's like, ooh, that's nice. There we go. That's looking a lot better with 2.
That's 3.
Is that 3? That's looking better with 3.
That's 2.
Yeah, that's better with 3, for sure.
Yeah.
And then you need to put it into a UV curing bath. And what that is, it's a little chamber with a plate in it and a UV light. And the good ones, the plate spins around, so it exposes, just like doing this, the little print to all the UV light.
Further harden it?
It's necessary because that actually completes the curing process. Because when you print in resin, got all these support structures, and they are purposely not cured fully, and so is the model, so they're a little wiggly. They're not fully hard. It's kind of, I'm trying to think of a good analogous material, because it's just still squishy. And you peel them away, and you need to fully cure it. And because of the curing properties, you can't really have these printers outside, which would be nice if, because it's fully ventilated outside, because UV light cures the resin and sets it. So they're a little temperamental, but it's the only way to print these kind of figures really well. So if you're looking to do that, you're going to look at a stereolithographic printer. Some of them have a UV curing station built in with their features. A lot of them do. And one of the favorites out there, although I've never gotten to use any of these resin printers, is a Saturn Elgu. Saturn Elgu, I think they're on 3 now. And it's very popular, very well liked, and they're pretty easy to use. It's not very complicated. You'll usually need some sort of slicing software, and slicing software is the software that tells the printer how to print and what to print. When you print, it prints in layers, so it just adds one layer at a time going up the model. And that's called a slice, because you slice the model into a whole bunch of layers. A really good, totally free, and very user-friendly one, I use it, is Cura Ultimaker. You can just go online, download it, and you can... it's super easy to manipulate it. It does a nice job of explaining what everything is and like walking you through it. For beginners and even advanced users, it's really a good piece of software.
Now the other type of printer, which is what we are behind us, are filament deposit.
Yes, they are a filament deposit, which means, think of an inkjet printer. Like, a lot of people used to have in their home. Not many people have them in their home, I feel like, these days.
Printers?
Yeah, just like an inkjet printer. When I was growing up, we all had to have one because you wrote your assignments and papers on them, and then you had to print them out and hand them in. But nowadays, a lot of turn-ins are just digital, so I feel like less people are buying them. But if you know what an inkjet printer is, the head moves across the page and squirts ink all over the page into the patterns that you want to print.
Just giant.
Well, sometimes. And filament deposit, like we have behind us, that's exactly how that works. It has
heating up some plastic.
And then it moves around in a pattern and lays it down. And it builds up and creates models like this. And those printers are usually a little bit more cost-effective for the volume printed. They are a little cheaper.
Lower resolution than
a little lower resolution. So you don't want to do the super fine detail stuff like this because you'll have a harder time capturing it. And it's going to have a harder time printing the type of supports needed to make this work too, because of the nature of the plastic here. Characters like this are usually printed in a resin, whereas things like that are usually printed in a plastic. So if you're interested in making more scenery pieces or like dollhouse things,
or some tools,
or even tool bits,
holders,
replacing things, or what's kind of broadly termed functional printing by the 3D printing community. So printing out holders for your screwdriver bits, or a stand for your controller,
or a clip that broke,
or a clip that broke on your remote. All those things are the kind of stuff that you want these kind of printers for. These printers also have the advantage that there's a lot of different materials that you can print in. We use a material called polylactic acid, PLA. It's the most common and versatile printing material. It adheres pretty well, has pretty good resolution capability, and it's super easy to work with. But it's not super strong. Then there's another one called ABS. I forget, it's like aldactone,
American black
butane something. I forget what it is, but it's another type of plastic. We actually have some ABS just off screen in the back here. And that is really tough, sturdy stuff.
It's a little more brittle, but it
has a lot of tensile strength.
Yeah.
And if you want to make functional prints, that's a good material to use. And there's a whole, like, dozens and dozens of other types of materials besides.
Like metal, wood composite.
Well, those are actually all in PLAs. I'm talking
PLAs?
Different types of plastics, like PTEG.
Okay.
So you have a lot of different material choices and color choices and things like that that you don't get quite as much within the resin because it's just one material. It's just resin. And these can print in a bunch of things. You can actually buy precious metal, or you can buy silver. That's a precious metal, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can buy silver filament. You can buy titanium filament. You can buy tungsten filament. So you can make really neat things with it.
Although that requires an annealing oven, usually.
Yeah, if you have an annealing oven...
Brass and bronze, I think.
Yeah, brass and bronze. What you do is you print out the piece that you want in the metal you want, then you put it into an annealing oven, and then you can burn it off. And you burn off all the actual plastic, and you're left with just the metals. There's a little shrinkage, but it looks, if you know how to design all those pieces and predict it,
can look really cool.
It looks really, really cool. You can make types of jewelry that like no one else could ever make, because in an annealing oven, and with printers like this, we actually have 2 heads on our printers, so we can print in 2 different materials if we wanted to. So if you wanted to design a piece of jewelry that, say, had like a spiraling cage sort of thing, with then a free moving ball in the middle, well, you could print all of the jewelry that you want to remain in a
metal,
say brass or silver. And then you could print into standard PLA some simple support structures to hold that ball that will be free floating in the center. And then you turn on the annealing oven, it burns away the plastic that's holding that ball, but leaves the metal that's there, and now you have a free moving ball inside of a piece of jewelry that couldn't have been manufactured any other way. So there's really cool stuff that you can do with these things, but what you can't do are the ultra-fine detail things like Soloff here. So it depends on what you're doing. If you want to get into functional printing, scenery printing, or kind of larger jewelry printing, because this is pretty good for making molds. If you want to get into like metal casting, resin printing is better for making molds. Then you're going to want to go with an FDM printer.
I'd say a good starter one is maybe the Creality 3.
Yeah, the Creality Ender 3 is, especially version 2.
It's for like learning, I think. Probably.
Yeah, for beginning 3D printing and learning how your plastics behave, what your tolerances are, and just getting a hold of the whole scope. Creality Ender is excellent.
And that only runs like, what, $200-ish?
About 300, 350, depends on your options. It's a completely moddable, open source printer, so you can change like everything on it. You can see all the parts, and there's all sorts of customized things for it. It's not the fastest printer. There are faster printers, like the ones behind us. These print more quickly than the Creality does, but it has a really nice resolution to it. It prints very smoothly. It doesn't give you a whole lot of hassle, and you can see every single thing about it, which is really nice.
It's completely opened up.
Yeah, and you can change it. People have made some really crazy mods for it, where they have like angled printing heads and stuff like that, and they can print it. They can print totally different things because of it. So it can be something that has a really, really long life to it if you get super into the hobby. So if you're looking to start printing stuff like the scenery here or functional print, get a Creality Ender 3. We have one upstairs. It's very nice. If you're looking to get into miniature printing like Soloff, then get yourself a Saturn Elgu.
And well-ventilated indoor area.
Yep. And the reason I recommend the Saturn Elgu, even though I haven't used it myself, is because I have looked a lot into resin printing, and a lot of people really like it. It's very easy to use compared to a lot of its competitors. And if I'm remembering all of my details correctly, it has a built-in curing station, which is really helpful. So you don't have to have a separate one. And has a lot of features that just make it very nice. So that's my recommendation for getting into 3D printing. And feel free to...
How do you spell Elgu?
E-L-G-O-O.
Oh, it is goo. Huh?
Yeah, it is goo. It's not like any sort of odd or clever name. It's just
I was thinking G-U.
Elgu. Why it's named that? I don't know.
Spanish for the goo?
Well, it's all one word.
So it's like a igloo, but
and poor cat over there is probably thinking to herself like,
I just wanted
Jesus,
the name.
I just wanted like a fucking printer. Just like tell me a thing. But as with everything in 3D printing, when I first looked into 3D printing, I was like, oh, I did the standard, you're looking for something, best 3D printer, enter. And it was like, well, here's one for $90,000. Oh, okay. And here's one for 10, but it sucks.
The budget
but it's
one.
a super good budget one because it's $10. You're like, okay, what is it? And then you find out there's, oh, well, this one's really good if you want to do these things. This one's really good if you want to do, and you're like, oh my god. No.
Wait, I'm not opening a light industrial facility.
Actually, I want this one.
Alright. Third coat done.
Oh, can you hand me that aquamarine? Is that aquamarine?
Nope.
Turquoise.
Turquoise.
Turquoise, yeah. I will need that for touching up parts of Soloth here.
I'd say unless you're really like, I need to get into miniature printing though. Starting with PLA is a smaller barrier to entry. Right.
Oh, generally
With
speaking,
filament deposit.
yeah. It's easier to work with and less steps.
Alright, so I have all of my yellow walls painted on. So I'm going to, I think, paint the floors next. And I'm going to be doing that in 2 steps, so this one should be mostly dry. So you can see I have my messy primed surface wall here that is mostly dry. I should give it another minute to dry. You can see at the bottom there it's still a little wet. What I'm gonna do is take the brown and that I'm gonna do the floor in and paint just along the edge of the walls with a smaller brush so that I can be a little more careful so as not to get it smudged everywhere.
Do we not have any gloss green anymore?
Yeah, we have gloss green.
Where'd it go?
It's right here.
Oh, it's just called green.
It's flat green if it's not gloss.
Oh, okay. I was looking at that and I was like, oh, well, it's called gloss green but it was written out not with the actual names. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get my brush a little cleaner while I wait for that to dry. Because this thing sucks up paint.
Soloth's got a lot of brown and brass in here, and I'm going to put a little bit of green highlight in some of these parts.
Okay. So one thing I'm gonna have to do, I have these floor sections as well, and this is an inside corner piece. So those are gonna get painted the floor color, obviously. But I'm gonna wait till I use the bigger brush for those. Yeah, when you have 3 coats, it starts to take a while for the paint to dry, and ideally, you don't want to paint on wet paint. You want to let it be nice and dry before you start covering it. Because otherwise, it will mix and run. But you can see it's a much more saturated yellow now. So I think once the wood gets put on there, it will look nice. It is going to take a while for this to dry though. So, what I'm gonna do in the meantime is get started on the doors. Could you hand me that little alligator clip stand when you're done?
Yep. Okay. Had to go into like hyper focus mode.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take these little alligator clips and hold the door like that to get the first coat on. Here's a little close up on the door. And what I'm looking for here is not necessarily the best coat. I just need to get coverage. I don't need to worry. I'm gonna be putting iron on the sort of hinges and stuff. And what I'm looking for is just coverage to really get all of this painted in. No, basically get everywhere except where the alligator clip is holding. So, as you can see, it's gonna just cover some of that stuff, but iron fittings are gonna get painted over that down the road. And there's a lot of nice wood grain in here that will show up when I wash the door. I'm opting to sort of use a flat earth for this door just to give it some variation from the rest of the set. It's going to be sort of halfway between the wood that makes up the walls and the wood that makes the floors. Okay, so that's the basic color that will get added to. So let me just set that over there. Where are my doors? They're there. And this will give me time to let my yellow dry a bit so I can tackle the floors. It's sort of the, like, weird dichotomy of I need to let this paint dry, but I'm also doing a show and it's not very exciting to just sit around and wait for paint to dry.
I mean, literally our whole show is watching paint dry.
That is a joke that has been made many times.
I think your dad makes it every single episode.
Sometimes I do.
I think I got all the green touches I want to make there.
Alright. Now, when you started 3D printing, you didn't start with the more entry model. You jumped right in with like a higher end model, didn't you? Or version of a printer, didn't you?
Yeah, I looked at what I wanted to do. And I asked myself this question. What do I want to do right now? And then, what do I want to do in a year or two? And the answer to that question led me to go, all right, here's the features that I eventually want to have. But I had to research what those features were and how they work and what to look for. Like, I wanted to print in other materials, like wood pulp, PLA, and metals and stuff like that. And I wanted the ability to do multi-material printing. So having two different types of plastics, or at least different infusions within those plastics, like using a metal PLA and a non-metal PLA.
Mm-hmm.
And these printers, which are FlashForge Creator Pros, they came up ticking just about all the boxes. I really like that. The best part about the Creator Pros is that even though they don't look like it, for what they do, they are really compact. The enclosure
Is nice.
on the Creator Pros is super, super nice.
An enclosure on a 3D printer is something that really helps you maintain a regular temperature.
Yeah, because you are dealing with thermoplastics. That's the family of plastics print in here. And most plastics really are thermoplastics. A lot of them. And that just means that as you form them as you heat them. So knowing how these behave, and keeping that temperature consistent in there is super critical. You actually, you can, but it doesn't usually turn out well to print in materials like ABS or PTEG. I've also heard it called PETG. It's PETG. I've always said PETG. Or PTEG. You can screw on my own words. And keeping a consistent temperature within the cavity when you print is essential for materials, especially ABS, to print well. But you just can't print in the material without a consistent temperature in the enclosure. So if you have an open air one, you really very likely won't be able to print in that because it's just too inconsistent.
Yep. Now you can also, so like the Creality 3 Ender 2, right?
Creality Ender 3 is
okay.
The
version 2.
Yes.
That as stock doesn't come with a enclosure, but you can always make or buy one. It's basically just a box that goes around the thing to help hold the heat in. Right?
Yep. And hell. But, I mean, an enclosure always helps. Like, there's... In my opinion, in 3D printing, there's not a time when an enclosure doesn't help because it keeps things consistent, one less variable. Because even things like, oh, there was a draft in the room, you know?
Or a particularly cold day and the heater was blowing extra hard.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that changes your 3D print because a little air blown across it changes how it comes out. Changes the adhesion. So an enclosure just takes that stuff off. I mean, I made one for our Creality upstairs, and it's just a cardboard box. I, cut holes in it, measured it, kind of resized it, taped it up. But make no mistake, it's just a cardboard box. Is it as good as these enclosures? No. But does it work? Yeah, it does.
Does it do the job?
Yeah, and no, it doesn't do it as well as, a nicely fabricated enclosure. There's plenty of inconsistencies. But it gets the job done. So for Soloth's sword here...
Here's what the deck fan looks like.
But you're going to do a dark color on the wood, yeah?
Yeah.
I think that'll look fun.
Okay. And I'll be washing the floor.
So Soloth's sword here and his armor, they are sort of going for a mithril quality with them. And I am mixing two paints every time I do it. So it's not perfectly consistent, but I've done it enough where I get pretty close every time now.
You're doing like a silver and turquoise mix?
Mm-hmm.
To get the mithril?
Yeah, and it's just my interpretation of the
material.
You
mean you're not using the scientific mithril?
No, what I mean is, I don't want to get into a war with a bunch of rabid fans over the color of mithril, the color of the metal that doesn't exist. I love fantasy.
If you go to the source material of Lord of the Hobbit,
right,
where mithril was first introduced in the popular canon.
That is the exact argument that I want to avoid. I love fantasy stuff, I do. But,
let people enjoy it how they want to enjoy it.
It is fantasy stuff, guys. This might shock you, it doesn't actually exist. And there's not a wrong way to do it.
Well, there is a wrong way to do where your fun is ruining everyone else's fun.
Yeah. There is not a wrong way to imagine a character, to imagine a material. It's just fun, everybody. That's it.
So what I'm doing right now is defining the edge between the floor and the wall. That's my primary goal here. And then I will be going through with a larger brush to fill in the rest of the floor.
It is a good thing that I enjoy doing super fiddly little bits, because this character is basically nothing but fiddly bits.
And basically off camera.
I got so close. When you get really focused on getting all the little details right, it can be hard to remember
that you're doing the show.
The dulcet tones of 3D printers.
Well, and they get to hear music on the stream, right? So they might not get to hear it quite as much as we do. Yeah?
Yeah, they don't hear quite as many 3D printer dulcetness tones.
Clean this brush off, and then I'm going to use a larger brush. So, going in with my big brush and painting all of the floors. Like that.
When he said that, all I could think of was floors, doors.
I saw that too many times, huh?
No.
Oh.
We love Encanto. And that is what that was from. That's what I'm
Yeah, we got it.
referencing. Well, you got it. I didn't know if everyone else got it.
I think literally everyone has gotten it now, right? Because it was inescapable for 2 months.
I mean, for some people are really just like, what? Out of the loop on it. My current favorite thing in the world right now is, of course, Turning Red.
Mm-hmm.
Love that movie. Love it.
Do I need to do 2 coats on the floor as well? Boy.
You know, actually, I think the kind of black on it's giving it a real, like, wood aesthetic there.
Okay.
I'm thinking of that sort of really tan kind of wood.
Teak?
Not teak, because I've had teak. And teak can be like whatever color you want it to be based on the oil you give it.
Mm-hmm.
But that sort of, this is like that, like recovered barnwood kind of look. It's a little bit more brown than that comes out, because that's usually very gray. But I think this is working.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm liking it. If I get that brown the way I want it over here.
No.
No. So I'll have to go back and touch it.
Okay. So that's the floor put on, and then it will all come together when I do the wood on the upper portion. But first, I need to get all the floors in. I don't think I'll be doing any washing on this piece, except maybe the doors themselves, the actual doors. I think everything else will be as painted.
With spring has come allergies.
Sure miss those. Yeah?
Oh boy. Did I miss allergies?
I'm looking forward to waking up and not being able to smell anything for a couple months.
Yes, who 128? You missed a flip, but
Are you gonna do a special one?
I can do another flip just for you.
Oh, you're using a fake coin. Wow, and you almost caught it.
I almost got it.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Even though it's flimsy plastic, not too bad. There you go.
Don't tell him what it is.
Ooh.
Don't tell him.
Wait, hang on. Ooh.
You're doing a destiny.
Scorn approaching.
You're doing a destiny gambit bit, really?
No. I'm doing a Destiny bit.
What? What?
Instead of a
'cause it's like
gambit
a
bit, it's a
bit.
gambit.
But there weren't any legs involved. What? Oh,
I am super funny and amazing. I don't know what you're mad about.
This is why she doesn't usually paint with us.
If you like my stupid antics,
check out our D&D streaming show. Right?
Where I'm the dungeon master, and
we have to deal with
it. Actually, in the D&D show, more often than not,
you're dealing with our antics.
I'm fairly somber and serious, and I'm bringing like the tone to a more dramatic moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are the ones fucking about. That's usually how it goes on the D&D stream.
That's true.
On our video game streams, I'm more likely to just break out into random song.
Yep.
You never know when or what or why.
The threat is always looming.
And yes, Nines is burning spell slots talking to sloths for 2 seconds. You did do that. I put a couple of sloths in to an area that you guys could go, and you went there and you found the sloths. And Nines cast Speak with the Animal. And predictably, the sloths spoke slowly, and Nines got bored and just yeeted out.
Immediately. You did use that spell slot. What do you mean you could have used it? You actually did use it to talk to a sloth. So, you know. If you had cast it and then said nothing to the sloth and walked away, then you would have wasted that.
I am really excited for people to see the Brukelian fight.
The big boss fight?
Yep. Which we won't be airing for a few weeks yet. But I'm very excited for people to see that. Last week, you guys did get one of the most worthless magic items, according to a few people.
Ooh, which one was that? Oh, our gear cleaning cup. I need to use that more.
Yeah, last week you guys got a magical cup that cleans your ear.
With a tongue.
Yep. That goes...
So is it going to the tongue dimension, or is it like a little baby mimic? And the cup just has a tongue.
You don't know.
And we will never find out.
And you'll never find out.
and just spreading these pieces all over to dry right now. Alright, this is the last floor. And then I get to the part where it all actually starts to look good. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You're really focused in.
Mm-hmm. These are some very difficult corners to paint.
Alright, now that I have... The cat is trying to get him to kill us.
Do you think it's the good one?
Oh no.
No.
Not at all.
I'm gonna go check.
Don't be careful. He's pissed.
It's not the good one.
I didn't think so.
May I help you?
Are you bringing him on screen so people can see the culprit?
This is the one making so much noise. He doesn't like to be held with his...
Hold him down here.
He doesn't like to be held with his feet.
No, his feet
He
have
likes to dangle.
He gets very upset if you touch his feet.
There's the cat.
There's the kitty feet.
Yeah, he does not like having his feet constrained.
Alright, so I've done all the floors, so I have sort of this antique wood look. Next part is all of the wood structures. So that basically includes everything around the yellow. Your old cat Cleo used to love being held oddly too. Yeah, some cats are just like, this is the weird, specific way that's acceptable.
And if you try to hold them literally any other way, they don't want any of it. I don't know.
So I'm going to be using this flat brown. It's a nice dark chocolatey brown for the wood structure, which should set off nicely from all of these lighter colors. So I'm going to start on this pillar by sort of going in towards the floor edge without, hopefully, making a mess on the floor. There we go. Alright, and now just to go up it, basically. And that sort of gives you an idea of the tone here. She used to sit on my shoulder like a weird parrot as well. That is a weird cat. Our old cat, when I was a little kid, would regularly climb up my dad like a tree and then lay around his shoulders.
And not like gently climb.
No, like claws in clothes. I don't know why my dad put up with it. Well, I do know because would let that cat get away with anything. But just claws in back all the way up the body and onto the shoulders while he was standing.
What do you think I should paint the cape colors? I know what I want in these little sort of elements over here, but what do you think I should make the cape color?
Isn't it green and brown for the company of blades?
Yes, it is.
Right?
So that's what do you think I should paint it?
I mean, that's what it would be canonically, right?
Yes.
So this is a very simple piece, as you can see. It's just the inside corner. But I like to do that one right away. And now we're going to be doing these more complicated pieces, but you'll see pretty quick how much it comes together when I paint in this wood section. I'm going to start by just doing the faces, and then I'm going to do the edges afterwards. Is there a dog barking upstairs?
Not that I can hear, but I can go look.
I might just be imagining it.
But you have a little bit more sensitive hearing to some of that stuff than I do. So I'll finish.
I'm sure it's fine.
This little bit, and then go check on her.
So I'm just getting this brown painted in for the wood. you can see sort of how quickly it's becoming an actual thing. Rather than just a big mess of paint. So, what do you think?
It's looking pretty nice.
Yeah? It's a bright, sunny, cheery cafe. Instead of a tavern. It's got much more of a cafe vibe. Right?
It kind of does, yeah.
But this is a prototype piece, so I want to try out all sorts of options and color mixes.
Yeah, it's always good to do a little experimentation, right?
Yep. So if you want, there's like a side-by-side between an unfinished one and a more finished one. Pretty jarring difference. Alright, I've thought of a tavern name for it. For this one.
Yeah.
The Golden Gopher.
It's in Minnesota?
Mm-hmm. Wait, is that a thing in Minnesota?
Yeah, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. That's the...
Is that a sports thing?
Yes.
Huh.
That's
Maybe
the Big Ten school, the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
Maybe I won't call it that. I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
Well, that ruins it. Thanks, sport. Once again, sports ruins my life. Yeah?
You do say that fairly frequently. Not really.
I know.
I really don't. Okay. I'll let that soak in there. And I'm gonna go check on the dog.
Now that we're alone, I have no idea. Any suggestions for a nice, bright, cheery tavern name? From anyone? I'll need a tiny bit of touch up there, the top of that center beam, but it's not too bad. I forgot that I need to do these window beam, the insides of these windows here. So I'm going to set those aside. Keep working on these for a bit, because that's what I'm in the middle of doing, and then I'll get to that. Just a minor oversight on my part. Figure I'll move it up into the solo scene since I'm alone right now. There we go. Yeah, I'm all up in the corner now. I wonder what's going on up there. Everything good?
Yeah. She was just sleeping on her bed.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
I must have heard something else. We have neighbor dogs that bark about 24/7, so I might have heard that.
Yeah. Those dogs are
Loud and constant. I realized I forgot to paint the windows.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, which I usually do before doing the walls. The metal on the inside of the windows here. I've been trying to think up a new name for the tavern that's not sports related.
That's not sports related?
Yeah. Maybe, like, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What, is that one taken too?
It's a sports team too.
Did you like that one?
You're done.
Thank
Love
you. You're so tall.
Nice day.
How about the headless chicken?
I mean, sure, but any particular reason?
Because it's a cafe and they serve eggs.
Usually the chickens don't die for the eggs.
Eventually they do. Also, it's been well documented that there was a famous chicken that lived for like a really long time without a head. Like months.
That is true.
Or years even, I forget.
It wasn't, unfortunately, years. It was.
It actually lived 10 times longer than the average chicken. It did not. How long was it?
Quite a few months. I think like 9 to 12 month range. Could be a little longer. I forget all the details of the story, but of what I remember, a farmer was preparing the chicken for a meal.
Missed a little.
And went to kill the chicken and cut off its head, because that's how you slaughter chicken. And went a little too high and cut off so high on the neck that it retained part of the systems that allowed the bird to just still do its usual thing.
Like have its heartbeat and stuff.
Yeah. So I think Kat knows what we're talking about. His name was Mila the chicken, and
Mike.
Mike the chicken. Sorry. And Mike lived for 18 months with no head.
Yeah, that. So.
Went around touring, and was sort of a sideshow act. Made made the guy who had this happen enough money where he ended up buying a new tractor and a whole bunch of other farm equipment.
Oh, there you go. So, what's wrong with naming your tavern the Headless Chicken?
I mean, nothing. I'm just wondering what it has to do with anything here.
It's the tavern that the farmer bought with the money.
So this is a different chicken.
Yeah, this is a fantasy chicken.
This is a fantasy chicken. So in our world, the chicken's still alive.
It was actually a cockatrice.
And is actually the proprietor of the inn.
Not the chicken. The farmer is the proprietor of this inn.
I was spinning it up into something like
it's a headless chicken that runs the business.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, maybe that is the case then.
I was kind of spinning up into that.
That could work.
And you can't really see what I'm doing here because
it's a little unbelievable. That chicken has no head for business. Right? No? No?
Ridiculous.
So is it like an awoken animal?
Nope.
It's okay. It's just the chicken.
It's just a chicken.
How did it come to own the business?
Well, farmer cut off its head, and it lived.
Yeah.
Right?
And it got some of the proceeds from...
Well, the farmer was the type that didn't believe in exploiting animals.
Or labor.
Yep.
He's a die-hard communist.
So when it was clear that the chicken was, going to live...
Now our dog's barking.
Now our dog is barking, yes.
Outside the window. Then he set up a profit-sharing thing or something with the chicken.
Well, gave the chicken 50% of the
cut
business. I mean, the chicken itself...
Well, he was the manager.
Didn't really have a whole lot of ability to...
Bargain.
To plan... to scout, to make bookings and things like that. So the farmer had to do most of that work. But, the chicken was the star.
The talent.
And the farmer, like I said, didn't believe in the exploitation of animals, just the murder of them.
Just the eating of them.
The tasty, tasty eating of them. That's the story of the Headless Chicken Tavern.
So do the ox that he uses to plow the field have an equal share in the farm?
Yep, sure do.
Understood.
And I mean, they don't really understand money because
ox
they're being on account of them being oxes. And not having any use for the stuff.
But he set up a trust for each of them.
Yep, he did.
So how did the chicken go about acquiring a tavern then?
Oh, well, the chicken got it got a good financial advisor.
Mm-hmm.
With the help of the farmer. The farmer was like, wow, we're making a lot of money. And the chicken's just accumulating this pile of wealth. It should have, someone help determine what all this wealth that it's earning is going to be used for. So the farmer arranged for a financial planner to come over, and the financial planner took a look around and then thought that the tavern, being the town's only tavern, was a good investment. And the current owner was old and looking to retire and wanted to sell the place, so took the chicken savings and bought the tavern with it. Hired a manager to run it on account of
being a chicken. A headless chicken.
Being a headless chicken. So pay a manager to run the place.
If the farmer is smart, he would keep the farm, but only grow the ingredients to make his own booze for the tavern. Yeah, self-sufficient tavern.
Yeah, exactly. So now they're a farm-to-table tavern.
Uh-huh.
And they, especially on account of the chicken, went from being on the farm to owning the tables.
Owning the tables? Just the tables?
Well, no, but they call it a farm to tables. So he started on a farm, and now he's got a bunch of tables and the tavern. But farm to tavern, just people don't know what that is.
Is it farm to table when you own a tree farm and you harvest the wood to make tables?
That too. Yeah.
Farm to table.
Yeah.
So is that the story of the tavern that I'm painting?
Yep. About a self-sufficient tavern that the headless chicken owns, and they have a good deal with the farmer, where the farmer is always guaranteed to sell his crops. And they know the quality of the merchandise coming to the tavern, and they make their own beer straight from there. So the chicken had to
learn how to brew.
Had to get herself a brewmaster.
Uh-huh.
Because she didn't know anything about how to make, beer.
On account of being a chicken with no head.
Yeah, see, now you're getting it.
Is there a special tax bracket for chickens? Or is it just like as a single household income?
There is not a special bracket.
For being livestock owned business?
No.
Because it seems to me like this story is all about the farmer committing an immense amount of tax fraud.
How is the farmer committing?
He's separating all of his wealth to his livestock.
He's sharing. He's sharing in the profits of the farm. That's what he's doing. I mean, the chicken keeps all the money that comes in from this place after, of course, paying everybody and covering costs and such.
Mm-hmm. And so the money goes where into an account?
Yeah, the money goes into an account.
So when the chicken dies, who's the beneficiary?
Oh, well,
Next of kin?
chicken's family. She has 3 children. They stand to inherit the property when she passes away. And everyone suspects that, it's not going to be a very long time before she passes away. Kind of her being a headless chicken and all.
Mm-hmm.
But that was, 7 years ago, and she just keeps on ticking. Every day the farmer comes in,
Orders his morning 3 beers.
pays cost. I mean, they're business partners in this, so.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think it's impressive that the chicken bought a tavern and is operating it, well, you should hear about the ox that's running a granary.
Is this all related to the same farmer?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, this guy's definitely doing tax evasion.
This ox was a mighty smart ox, but injured himself.
Did
He had a whole bunch of savings.
When you say injured himself, was this another farmer chopping him with an axe situation?
No, oxes, they don't eat the ox unless it's dead. You wouldn't do that. No. This is just an unfortunate accident out in the field. And now the ox had saved up quite a bit of money, and the farmer certainly was looking out for the ox's best interest. Didn't want the animal to
Have a bad retirement.
want to take care of it. Take care of the ox. Make sure that he had everything that he needed to be okay in life. And so the farmer reached out to a financial manager and...
A different one, or?
No, same one. He's good. He's a very smart advisor. And got the ox all invested in a granary.
How much money is this farm making that the profit sharing is enough between all these animals to purchase, like, the town?
You see, the farmer was doing a little bit of tax evasion.
Is he a small government type, and he's like, I don't actually have to pay taxes?
No. He was, he didn't want to pay taxes to his local government because he said they were all idiots. So he didn't. It was a big lawsuit.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, he knows. Really
But
good.
that really good financial manager kept telling him, you know what, invest with your animals. Pay dividends.
You see, he was committing a lot of tax evasion.
You see, he was committing a whole lot of fraud. Said, do you hate fraud? Do you hate the idea of fraud? Yes, you do, said. You hate the idea of fraud. It makes you so angry. Makes you so angry. I hear it every day. You wake up and you go, fraud. Meow, 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 meow. Wall Street investors are evading taxes. Meow, 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 meow.
That one farmer.
I want Amazon to pay their fair share. Meow, 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 meow.
That is what he sounds like. I need to run and use the restroom, so I'm gonna leave you painting. Unfortunately, unless you move over, you can't use the solo scene.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do this. We should get like a little be right back screen.
Yeah.
For you, like just a little sign.
Oh, in case I'm...
That you just put down, it's like, be right back.
In case I'm painting solo. But I will be right back.
Oh, yes, I'm liking how this is coming up. So I have been reading trashy novels lately. The current one, I picked it up a while ago and haven't had a chance to read it. Midnight Sun. That's right. Twilight from the perspective of Edward. And it is so trashy. Oh man, Edward's such a dick in it. He's so full of himself. Oh my god. And everyone, it's kind of interesting because you can hear the inner monologue of all the other characters. So you get to hear what all the other characters are actually thinking. And, oh, the other characters are so terrible. I'm not very far into it. I just started this week. And I'm not a very fast reader. I used to be pretty quick. But I went to school for history. That's what my degree is in. Bachelor's in history. Focused on economic forces in history. It was my area of specialty. So I know way too much about a whole lot of things to do with money and trade. A lot of things to do with that. And Edward, you know what? I lost where I was going with that. I had a point, and I lost it. That happens. Oh, now I remember where I was going. So I used to be a fast reader. Read a whole lot for history. And got burnt out. Because if you are in the humanities, that is your area of focus. You read. You read like 2-3 books a week. And I got so tired of speed reading and skimming. I just don't do it anymore. Instead, I read slowly, playing out the dialogue in my head, all of the characters and their monologues and everything.
What are you talking about?
Oh, reading Midnight Sun.
Oh. Do you want more coffee?
Kit Kat says, if the farmer... Oh, we saw that one. I thought that was new.
Huh.
Yeah, I would. Thank you. I know this is off camera, but I need a really, really delicate touch. And I can pretty much only get that right here. So, it'll be just a minute while I'm painting this.
Two coffees. Alright, well, since I have washed my brush, I'm gonna take the opportunity here to paint in the windows. These windows here. Sorry.
You're okay.
So, just clean off my brush. Alright, so need to get a cup. That has water in it. That one has copper in it. There we go.
I've had my mixing cups over there.
I see that. It's totally fine. Alright.
I'm not done, but what do you take a look at him?
Dark. It's looking good.
I'm gonna wash a few parts.
I'd wash his boot.
Yep, his boot's gonna get a wash.
You need... What are you painting that?
That I was gonna go with like a very dark silver. I think I was gonna take the silver that we have here
And wash it.
and actually mix it in with just a teeny bit of black.
Are you gonna wash the copper or leave it bright?
No, I'm gonna leave that bright.
And you'll need to touch up on the armor.
Yeah, I mean, the red is gonna be the last thing I do. Touch up with the red. Hopefully, last thing I do.
Huh, looking good. He's very,
I just started reading this book that sounded super funny, but had to put it down because I'm so busy trying to crochet all the things for a bunch of
a big vendor
event. I'm coming up.
Or a bunch of vendor events. Oh.
And if you haven't checked out or seen any of Kit Kat's work,
Crochet.
Post a link to
Your store.
your store, any of your social media stuff that you can.
Yeah, go ahead and throw it in there.
Go ahead and throw it in there. We'll spread it around for you.
Yeah, I have the bat you made up on the bed right now.
Kit Kat's crocheting is amazing. She's an amazing crafter.
So what I'm doing here is I need to put some metal for this window frame in. I forgot to do that earlier. So I'm just gonna rough it in nice and quick here. Gotta get that metallic frame in. Yeah, we're currently working on a store to sell dungeon tiles like these, and, you know, eventually we want to be able to take them to, like, you know, conventions and vendor things that, like, you know, D&D centered events to try and sell, but to do like a vendor event like that, you really need to stock up a lot and make sure you have everything ready. So I can imagine, especially if something so handcrafted like what you do, that it takes a lot of time. Yeah, there you go. So anyone watching, go ahead and check out that link and get some really awesome crocheted things. I love your... Obviously, I love the bat, because when I saw the bat you made, I, like, immediately bought it, but I think your bees are especially adorable. Your little crocheted bees. There. And for anyone who might watch on YouTube, the Etsy store is etsy.com/shop/Amengary, A-M-E-N...
A menagerie.
Oh, a menagerie. I need more coffee. A menagerie. A-M-E-N-G-E-R-I.
And when we post this up on YouTube, I'm gonna put that in the comments, so it'll be linked there. It takes a ton of time, lol. I'm currently trying to work on making tons of bunnies for a thing up north in April.
Oh, for Easter?
Yep. Also about to release my first plushie pattern.
Ooh, that's exciting.
That's really exciting. Your first pattern.
What's your plushie pattern gonna be of? I do love a good bunny, obviously. I've had pet bunnies for a long time. Our current pet bunny, who is an angry old man now. Like most of my pets seem to be nowadays. Bill the Pill. That's pretty
I like
good.
that.
I look forward to seeing it. Alright, I have to get those silver in there. I need one more side, and then I have the windows in here.
There was a paint pile up in the cap.
Oh, so it made it a little hard. Yeah.
Yep. And that means that air can get in. And that is no good for the paint, so taking care of that.
With the mission style buildings we've been going pretty hard on that black.
I see that, yeah.
In case anyone's curious, I still have them here.
I love these, and we are using them in an upcoming adventure.
So this is sort of the mission style set that we did. Sort of a terracotta floor, plaster with black wood. But we're gonna be doing a Western one shot, so. Alright, so now I have that silver in, I can go back to painting wood.
I am mixing some more paints to get just the right color.
So your plushie pattern, is that a crochet pattern? Then? I'm guessing, because I know you do almost heavily crochet. Cool. Crochet always seemed so deeply complicated to me. All of the like yarn-based things, like crochet and knitting and all that. I can barely tie a basic knot, so it's extremely intimidating to me.
Looks like we'll need to order some more of this black soon.
Yep. Yeah, we need to put together an order in general for paints.
But I think I got the color that I want just right.
Good.
I have this nice dark metal going on here.
I bet you hear a dog barking. Oh.
Right? Me?
Yeah.
Or them?
You.
Yeah, I definitely hear it.
I don't think the dog barking actually gets picked up on the mic down here. But I'm sure there's a squirrel out there that she's very upset about. I think we actually have a delivery due today. That might be what she's yelling at. What do you want to do for lunch tonight?
I don't know. Anything sound good to you?
Nope.
What are we doing for dinner tonight? I forget. I know we have a plan.
Impossible.
Right, we're making some Impossible burgers.
Getting through all of these tiles sure does take some energy.
Absolutely.
I like how bright and technicolor so often. Like most people go, yeah, rugged adventure, you're all like muddy and dark. Unless you're
It's got a little style.
Unless you're a wizard and then you have like a blue robe and that's it.
I have a little bit of paint from the black that got on the brush, so I'm just gonna wipe it up. It's on the brush handle.
Oh, yeah, I get that. I'll look at my brush handle.
Yeah. But...
Ooh, so messed up. I've been using this brush for a really long time, though.
back.
Yeah. Going to wash it? The cat's back.
Cat returned.
Just like the movie. Like the
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all the main corners. Then I'm gonna tackle these. One of the worst ones actually are the doorways. There's a lot of little fiddly bits with the doors for painting the wood in. But let's tackle the round corners here. Ooh, round corner.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's right, Sant, yes.
My cat is very loud.
He is determined it is time
To be loud.
to be loud. To be vocal. Very, very vocal.
The big problem is that he needs constant attention, or else he's angry, and we're the only ones available to give him attention right now. Other than the dog, who he hates. Right?
Yeah, usually there's at least one other person. He always gets like this when it's just the two of us.
Yeah.
Oh, just looking around, finding spots to
touch up.
Touch up and things.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep.
Yep, yep, yep. You like how I got escape?
Yeah, it's nice. As the mithril touches.
Mm-hmm.
While maintaining the green and brown.
Yep, it's got a little brown streak right down the middle there.
That's good.
A little closer yet. He's coming along pretty well.
Yeah. It looks like you're closing in on being done with him.
Yeah, I am gonna touch up a couple spots here. Some red. And any other touch-up spots I need? And a little bit more of this. There's a spot on the sword that's a little bit of a troublesome spot because it has
Whoops. That's a touch-up. Mm-hmm.
This spot on the sword has a remaining support peg.
Yeah, sometimes even the best models get missed. Like the horses I painted a while back. Really nice figures, but that's what I get for going too quick. Well, that's a big spot. Oh well, that's easy to touch up.
Yep.
I found so many little support pegs on that horse, on those horses.
Yeah.
Just hidden in little weird spots.
Well, that's pretty common. Especially in
super common.
Resin printing, which those horses are.
They have so many support on them. It's really easy to miss a couple.
Yes, it is.
And they're easy to remove. It's not.
It isn't exactly the end of the world if something happens.
Yeah.
But
if you could choose one color of food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
one color of food?
One color of food.
Like, would it limit me to foods that are that color?
Yeah. So you choose red. You can have cherries. You can have some apples. You can have uncooked beef.
Jeez. I think I'm gonna go with green.
I feel like you have to go with brown. Coffee, brown rice, chocolate.
Green tea?
Cooked beef.
Like a ton of vegetables.
But a bunch of tea is brown.
But a bunch of tea is green.
I know. I'm just saying. You're gonna give up coffee forever so that you can have green?
Well, I'm thinking about more than just the coffee. I'm thinking about, like, if that's the only color of food that I can eat. There's a lot of foods out there that
are green.
And I really like to eat. And also, you kind of need to eat. I will miss out on, like, one of my favorite things is mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
I love mushrooms. What if you diet? What if you, like, just added some food coloring? Could you just, like, get around it then?
No.
Oh, okay.
But you could have brown eggs if you chose brown as opposed to white eggs.
You have a very fair point there.
You can have potatoes if you chose brown, or red, or white, I suppose.
I can have broccoli if I chose green, though.
Just get brown heirloom broccoli.
There isn't heirloom broccoli. It was, like, made in the...
There's heirloom broccoli. There's, like, purple broccoli and stuff.
How is it heirloom?
Heirloom is a term for, like a subgenus. Is what heirloom is. It's basically like any strain of vegetable that isn't one of, like, the big ones that most people farm. So, you know, like purple potatoes.
Okay. See your game.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll just choose purple foods.
Just purple.
Now I got grapes.
Some grapes.
The good ones.
Blueberries.
I feel like that would have to just choose blue for that.
No.
It feels like a cop-out.
They're purple.
How are they purple?
That's the color they are. The only naturally blue thing are raspberries. Right?
What are you talking about?
Blue raspberry.
Yeah, I like those little gold touches I put on there. That's making me happy. I like that. Just add a little depth. See on the pommel there.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me happy. Little touches. The 3D printed figures are always really tough to get, like, the super nice details on. Because they're so small.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's not room to do some of the super fine detail work without getting, like, a one bristle brush, you know?
Well, what I like to do if you want to just, like, get some dimensionality is basically take, like, a drop of black wash and then just use it as a shading on part of it.
Oh, there's going to be some shading, but it's hard to get, you know, all the little details.
Mm-hmm.
Like eyes. Eyes on this scale
are very different.
Don't really come out.
They either are just
the color of the rest of the character's skin.
Maybe slightly darker where you put some wash, or you have big googly eyes.
Yeah, because you can't get a dot fine enough to be a pupil and surround it with color. The iris.
Yeah. It's
like you can't, because there's not enough space in there to have definition that your eyes can pick up and see all of that clearly.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work. So we have this.
Okay. Oh. Remember to stretch so you don't tense up over time. Make sure you drink a lot of coffee. Right?
Oh yes, coffee is.
Alright, so right now I only have these 4 pieces left, which are actually the worst pieces. I normally like to do the worst pieces first, but these ones needed extra time to dry. So, get on with it, I guess.
Okay, I think my cleanup is done. I think I'm pretty happy with this.
So you just, yeah, so you're gonna move on to shading?
Yeah, now is the very delicate washing time. And not every part of this is gonna get washed.
What I would actually do is almost, if you want to just do like really light gradation sort of shading, take the black wash and actually, after you dip the brush in it, dry it off, like sort of half dry it on paper towel.
That's what I was planning to do.
Yeah.
And I'll get another cup here. When you're doing like mini figure work, and there's so many more cups used as you're swapping between all your different palettes, and then sometimes you get some out and it dries, so you have to... There's a lot. Doing the scenery work, you don't have quite as many cups used, because you usually just draw straight from the pot. We don't use too many of the smaller bottles in our...
Not a ton. We use the Scarlet in some of them. Sometimes I use the silver for like fastenings and stuff often, and the brass. But nothing in large volumes particularly.
Okay, the boot here, the boot's getting a wash. That is just getting
straight up
a normal wash, because I want it to be darker. I want the lines on it to come out, because
it's a boot.
It is a boot. It's just a normal leather boot. And washing, especially character pieces, can really bring out
the character.
The details, the little ridges. It can really add a lot of dimensionality to it. Watching one of our streaming friends, Lady Kichara, last night, as she was painting some figurines from a Kickstarter game that they had received. I forget the name of the game right now, but they had a whole bunch of figurines to paint for it. And she was doing this really neat wizard piece, very high detail pieces. They're really cool. And she gave it a wash, and some of the folks who were watching with me were like, What did you do? Because so many of the bright colors had been very much dimmed, you know.
Oh yeah, you have a very saturated color, which is fine if you're going for like a painted yellow wall. But usually on a figure especially, you don't want bright saturated colors because it reads a little flat often. And just having that wash tone it down slightly
and
can really transform everything.
She was going back and brightening some of the stuff up that gets a little too dark.
The highlights, basically. Yeah.
Which sometimes you need to do if you wash.
Yeah. It's all about creating that dimensionality. You do that in all sorts of art where you might start mid-tone, you bring it down, you pull it up, you go back and forth until you get that gradation. And one thing we don't have, but might be nice, is actually a whitewash to tone up things in a very, very controlled way, obviously. But you can always use the base color to sort of bring it back up. The hard part about doing scenery is just the volume. Ultimately.
Yeah, the volume of
pieces.
Scenery pieces can be
a lot.
A lot.
Like, none of what I'm doing here is particularly difficult.
That reads much better.
The boot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. I like that.
That's much better.
Yeah, that's actually leather brown is what it's called. And it's a very orange sort of brown. And it really doesn't look all that good until it's washed. And then it looks a lot like leather once you get the wash on it.
Yes. But you need to wash it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a paint where I'm pretty sure it's designed
for that,
around that idea. Because the paint makers, it's not like they don't know what a wash is.
No, I mean,
they make them.
They make them, yeah, exactly.
Some of the problem when you are washing a piece and you don't want everything to be washed, because that's not necessarily what you're going for, is that when you do wash, because it's so watery,
it will run. That's why drying off the brush actually helps a lot, because it lets you control the volume. You almost do like a half dry brush on it. You know?
Yes. So you have to be very careful with that.
Highly conscientious of your paint load on your brush.
I am not dabbing on this part because I'm not worried about color run here, since it's all one color. This is just his arm and things. So I'm not going to dry on this part as I work through.
Oops.
I'm still going to be careful. I'm still using a very small brush to help control the load and keep the spread where I want it.
Not thinking at all about what I was doing there. I started to paint along the base when I wanted it to be the floor color. So I'll come touch that up later when I do touch up.
Oh, our dog is barking.
Yes, she is.
Oh, she is barky.
But she went out to use the bathroom not that long ago, so...
Well, when I went up to check on her, took her outside to use the bathroom, and she still didn't use the bathroom.
Well, that's her choice.
So, figured she didn't really need to go. I know this is off camera, folks. I'm just getting something that
you need up close.
I need up close. I need to see at a very specific angle.
You know what this bright yellow paint means it is?
What?
I think this is the tangy crab.
Oh, is this the tangy crab? Are you making the tangy crab?
I think I'm making the tangy crab.
I was enjoying the headless chicken as a concept, but maybe we'll paint that the next time we're streaming painting. Paint the headless chicken. Because the tangy crab deserves...
What's that?
A set.
The tangy crab is from our Dungeons and Dragons show. For any of the uninitiated.
And it is also apparently an actual restaurant.
There is a for real restaurant called the Tangy Crab, yes. Never been there, but I assume it's tangy because of all the mayo.
I have always wondered, like, what about the tangy crab makes it tangy? You know? If folks are wondering, that little gold spot is supposed to be there. He has an earring.
Oh, you gave him an ear?
Mm-hmm. Long time ago. I want to bring out this metal here, bring out some of the textures down here. So I'm gonna bring some wash in just to the silver bits. I don't want it on everything. This is a difficult spot to get into. Now I'm gonna bring just a little
Okay. Now I just need to get the back side here.
up here.
These door frames take a lot of little work to get those.
Wow.
Hmm.
I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Our dog is still barking, so I'm gonna go check on it. I'll be right back.
Alright. Now it's just you and me. And I hit the button and spilled some of my water. Because my water was between me and the button. Alright. Move that off to the side here. There we go. So, these are the door frames I'm working on. Oof, there's a lot of brown in this set. But it's quickly coming together. Getting this base coat in nice and quick. So I have the 2 windows left to do. And then I'm going to do the outer edge on all of these pieces. So like this one, I've done the inside, but I haven't done this outer edge yet. So I will tackle that after I finish these 2 windows on the front and back. And then it will be doing a lot of just cleaning up, doing a little touch-up where it might need it, carefully examining each piece, all of that. And I know you can't really see what I'm painting, but I need to hold it this way in order to get into the window edge, the inner edge of the window. All good?
Oh. You, whew, boy. Like, there was a child and their mother.
Were they walking on the
And they were walking on the street?
Yikes.
I mean...
Good thing we were alerted to that.
The nerve!
Here. There we go.
Okay.
There's your feet.
There's my feet!
Well, your socks.
I am pretty happy with how it's turned out. I mean, there's some parts in here that are just, by the nature of this model, not gonna be perfect. And maybe if I had a whole lot more brushes with like a single bristle, I could get better. But I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. He's bright. And that's him. Check him out.
Yeah, it looks good. It's like Power Ranger armor.
Yeah, kind of. I'm debating on whether I want to wash that copper or not. I've been leaning towards no, but...
I think it might help having a little copper wash, just to give it some dimensionality.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. I think give it a little bit... It's a particularly flat color.
It is.
And I feel like adding a little wash would really just sort of help shape it, you know, just lightly.
One color I know I definitely don't want wash on is the mithril.
Right, yeah.
Because that's super bright.
Kind of gleaming.
Yes. Alright, let's see what we can do here. It's the good one.
It's the good cat? Wow, he's awake. Here. And I asked him to come here, so he's gone, bye.
Well, his favorite thing in the world
Is to have you follow him.
so he can flop down on the floor and get tummy rubs.
Mm-hmm.
It's his favorite thing.
Where are you going?
His favorite thing.
Everything stops for the kitty. Really?
Uh-huh.
You're about to knock someone.
We got Tesla here as a kid. And
Rescued off the streets.
yeah, we rescued him. He was about, what, like 5 months old when we got him?
Yeah.
And so he's been with us for basically his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And he slept, when we first got him, he stayed in our room all the time.
Yeah.
Because we weren't sure how the other cats, we had 2 other cats at the time, would react.
Yeah. And one didn't react.
And one didn't react well at all. So he's always got kind of a special place in our hearts. He's our little boy. You can't go on the table though.
Get your cat hair on all the paint. Alright.
Alright, back.
It's a lot of tiles. Back to it.
Yep. After a kitty break.
Alright. Almost done with the face sides of these. And then I just need to get all the outer edges with the big brush and clean up. And then I'll maybe be done just about to. Maybe slightly before. If I'm good. Yeah?
Yeah. You might be. Alright, I had a little detail on the handle. She's got kind of a little bit of a leather wrapping there.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
What do you think?
I like it. Good job.
I am going to call him finished. So there's Soloth. I'm going to see if I can get the camera nice and focused on.
Do you want to use my camera with the solo shot?
Sure. Probably be a little better image for everybody.
I just finished, so let me seal up my jar.
Okay.
Drop that in water. And I'll hit the solo scene.
Come on. There.
He's very mithril-y.
Yes. He has been an adventurer for a long time now.
One thing that I might do.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see? I know you want to keep the mithril armor shiny, but he has these segments in here. You could very, very, very carefully with a black wash.
Mm-hmm.
Just create like line divisions between the plates.
I can try.
You don't have to if you don't like to.
I can give it a shot. If it doesn't work, I can just paint over it.
That is true. Just to give some visual separation between the different parts of his armor.
Mm-hmm.
A small tweak. But I think it works without that.
I think, you know what? I'm just gonna wash this.
Do you like it more with it? Or...
Well, it's really helping that stand out, even though I don't want the mithril to be that dark. I started with, I only want to wash a couple of things, and then I was like, I'm just gonna wash everything.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I like the detail that is bringing out. Even if I don't like the color quite as much.
Oh, here. I should turn it off solo. Yeah. So people can see what you're doing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that I've painted in the sides, all these pieces we'll need once I'm done with them are touching up, getting all the colors to be the right color in the right spot. So if there's like a brown drip on the yellow or a yellow drip on the floor, I can adjust and clean that up. Yeah, it's less shiny, but it is bringing out that line detail.
Yeah, it is bringing out the detail more.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I think he looks great.
Good. Yeah. Then, yeah, you can call him done if you want.
Yeah, he's done. We've got, what, 24 minutes left on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, one thing you could do if you wanted to maintain the shininess is after you've washed it now, you could, in like the central parts of the armor, put that mithril color on top of the wash again to bring that luster back up now that the wash has gone into the cracks.
Knowing how that paint behaves, that particular mix,
is it pretty loose?
It's hard to get it to
stay put,
coat well, and not fill in some cracks.
Gotcha.
So
then I think it's good. I was just trying to think of ways to get the effect you wanted.
Yeah, but it's okay. I like him.
Good.
He has a lot of there's a lot of copper on his armor because he is a fire ganassi.
So he gets hot.
And years ago, he lost his left leg in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Took an injury and had to be amputated. And he has a custom-made mechanical leg. And he uses copper plating to help channel the heat from his body to fuel a steam pump that runs this whole thing. And that's why all the copper is there.
Gotcha. That's pretty cool. I was wondering, because copper is not typically considered good armor material.
No, but it is for
heat conduction. What are you figuring out what you want to do for the next 20 minutes?
I was thinking that I would work on that sarcophagus that's right there.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, I see. Yeah.
Because I know that's primed.
Yep, that's all good. That's the sarcophagus here.
So what colors do I want to paint this?
I don't know. We've done like a red one and a sandstony one. You could do like a gray one. Uh-oh, the other cat's back.
Maybe I will do a crazy detail one. I got some ideas here.
Okay.
Yeah. As everyone who has painted with me knows, I like to overdo it. kind of a thing.
Are you gonna like turn the reliefs into inlays or something?
No. I'm gonna roam it up. Rome and Greece.
Oh, you're going marble?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then painting it.
Have fun.
The Greeks and Romans, with all their marble statues that everyone's like, oh man, they're so clean and they're so beautiful like this. That's not how they looked. They didn't look like that.
Are you painting it marble and then painting over the marble?
Yeah.
But then marble won't show.
No, I'm just doing like this.
Oh.
Like the parts that are...
Oh, so you're... Okay,
because there's definitely just areas.
You're painting the relief in paint, but
exactly.
The marble...
Yeah.
The negative space will be marble. Okay.
Exactly. Now you got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what is the point of painting it to look like marble and then painting over that marble?
Why would you do that? You've lost your mind. As I was saying, Greek and Roman marble statues did not look like that. They weren't all white marble. Not even a little. They painted them.
Mm-hmm.
They painted all of them. Their eyeballs, the armor bits, everything. They're fully painted. And a few years ago...
Bright colors, too.
Oh, very bright colors. A few years ago, I forget which museum it was that did... They had a Roman statue. I think it was of Caesar. And they painted it to be...
accurate.
Like it was. And people hated it.
Everyone was upset.
And, like, very upset. And the museum was like, this is how they looked? And they're like, no, it wasn't! Like, it really was.
We still have, like, traces of the paint on the statues that they use. It was actually such an aesthetic that I think it was like in the 1800s or something, because everything bad happened in the 1800s. That's not true, but a lot of bad things happened in the 1800s.
If it was bad, it happened again in the 1800s.
17 and 1800s. I think there were actually some statues that still were partially painted that had been particularly well preserved, and they actually like stripped them to make them look proper.
Yep.
That's right, Set.
Because they were like, well, no one would do this. This must have been hooligans.
Mm-hmm.
Because archaeology in the 18th and 19th centuries, especially, was basically, I found a thing.
How can I use it to reinforce my beliefs?
And this thing tells me that I'm right. And they're like, but how do you know that? Well, because I'm right.
So I have to find evidence to prove that I am.
Oh, it was a terrible period.
And we still do that today.
Mm-hmm. There's such a strongly held belief, for example, that in Nordic societies, they were incredibly gender stratified. So we've found very clear evidence that those gender striations were not so clearly defined even at all. That Women took part in combat. Men took part in
life.
making the home and raising children. And it wasn't at all like the histories of Vikings and other Nordic peoples that we had been telling. There were like people screaming at archaeological conferences about you're ruining society.
By pointing out reality.
Yes, and there were death threats with the researchers who had made these discoveries.
Oh boy. Wonderful.
Because of course there were.
Hi, Miss Crafty Lady. Welcome.
Well, hello! Lovely.
Wow, thanks for the raid.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to meet you. I'm not here very often myself.
No.
I'm usually doing other things.
It's usually me. What I'm working on is a dungeon set. It's a tavern in this case. And it's a magnetized set, so they hold each other together. Like so. But yeah. So I'm getting close to the cleanup portion where I'm gonna sort of redefine edges, cover up spots I messed up, things like that. You're working on a little sarcophagus?
I'm working on a sarcophagus, and I'm doing it in the sort of Greek and Roman style. So there's a lot of marble that's going to go on here, and then there are figures, and it's probably a little hard to see all of the figures that are in here because, you know, you lose a little definition, especially on camera. And as you're painting everything one color, it starts to disappear as well. But there are figures, like here's kind of a Sphinx figure in here, and there's these sort of two humanoid figures. And this is actually modeled after a real sarcophagus. I forget which one.
I thought it was a conglomeration of different carvings.
It is, but it's modeled after several real sarcophagi.
Gotcha. Everything here is stuff we 3D printed on those printers back there. We have a cat yelling at us right now.
Oh, yes. He's very upset that he hasn't gotten his wet cat food today.
All he has is his constant supply of dry cat food. Yeah. So thank you so much for giving us a raid.
We really appreciate that.
We also play D&D using almost all these things that we paint. And we do that here on Twitch on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern is when it airs.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you are interested, check out our channel and maybe follow us. But yeah, thank you.
So as I'm going over this is all, you know, going to be marble, but in the style of the Greeks and Romans. I will be painting these figures bright garish colors, because that's how they did it. And it looks really ugly, but that was considered
cool,
really cool back then. Sort of like, you know, how parachute pants were considered really cool in the 80s. And then in the 90s, people were like,
why?
Those are less cool now. Well, it was kind of the late 80s, early 90s parachute pants were cool, and then they, you know, towards the late 90s became less cool. Sort of like that. You know, it's a choice. That it is definitely a choice to do this to your sarcophagi and statues, but the Greeks and Romans sure did. And if you ever see a statue that has been recreated to be that, or a very well preserved one, they look hideous. They would even paint the eyeballs, which is the freakiest part.
Yeah, they have sort of a googly eye effect.
They definitely have a googly eye effect.
Just...
And you're just like, what are you doing? This piece that I'm painting is part of one of the sets that we will eventually be selling in our store.
When we get there.
We are prototyping pieces.
Trying out different colors.
Different...
So, like, I'm trying out this yellow, and I think it looks okay, but it's just a very translucent yellow, so it doesn't... It's not perfect. That's after 3 coats of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not in love with it, but it's a Tavern. You know, it's fine for now.
Yeah, it's a nice color. It's fun. I don't think it's the... Like... And because it's taken so many coats, you had to do 3 on that. That's a long time to be painting all those pieces. Probably not the most efficient for trying to have a store and selling pieces and everything.
Yeah.
Because whatever colors we go with, we want them to be well saturated and full of vibrance, but, and of course always really well painted. But that's a lot of time to spend creating that when there are other colors that might better do that.
I like the green that we did previously.
The green came out really nice.
So I think I'm gonna do a little black wash on the brown wood.
Oh, hey, Lady Kachara.
Hey, Lady Kachara.
Hello.
Good to see you. And, yeah, I'm getting some spots I'm making myself clean up by trying to go too quick and not letting things dry, but that's alright.
That might be the call that we were awaiting. Let me go see.
Since she's on the phone, I'll pop over to myself. Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you for the raid so much, and thank you for joining us, Lady Kachara. We have been going for a little while. I started this one from scratch this morning. From just sort of being basic primed. I'm cleaning up my yellow right now to try and get any spots I've made, any mistakes I've made, and then I'm gonna clean up the floor here for the same things. This glove has a little wet paint on it, so I'm gonna set it aside and grab another one. Alright, there we go. Clean off my brush here. Yeah. So I'm getting through the base colors right now, and then I'm gonna do some select washes, I think. Once I'm happy with all the base colors. Like on this window here, I need clean up the floor. Thank you. Oh, you're back.
Yep, I am back.
There we go.
That unfortunately was not the call we were waiting for. We're waiting on a call from
some furnace servicing.
From the furnace folks in our area, because we need a new humidifier on our furnace.
After the last couple winters, it's taken a beating.
Yeah, and it's kind of old. It's time to replace it. Two coats in this color. I get about where I want it. One is a little thin.
I'm gonna wash all of that. And all of these pieces we've magnetized so they hold each other together like that. Thank you. I'm gonna do a brown wash on the floor to sort of normalize it, and a black wash on the wood to bring out the texture.
Yeah,
and I'll probably leave the yellow as is. And then we can assemble the full set. I'm just checking quick to make sure there's no spots on the floors that I need to clean up. Like, there's a spot of yellow right there. Yeah, I'm experimenting with this color, some colors here for the set, and I'm not sure I love them, but we'll see how it looks when it's all together. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do, the brown was put on most recently. Well, I'm gonna give them a second to dry, and then I'm gonna do a black wash on the brown wood sections to tone those in a little. And then I will do the floors to give them some nice tonality as well. So I'm just gonna put them together in a random order here while I wait for them to dry.
Okay. I'm gonna let that dry, and while it's drying, I'm gonna go grab the thing that I was working on before you guys raided.
Oh, yeah? Great. There. Just throwing them randomly together for a minute. Alright. Have a little coffee, clean some brushes, and then I think I'll be good to wash. I try really hard not to wash on wet paint, because then it goes everywhere and is awful.
So this guy, pull up a little bit. This is what I was working on before you guys showed up. Been working on him for, well, a couple of months on and off. Basically,
Very
just
on
my
and off.
Thank you, Lady K. Appreciate that. His name is Commander Soloth. He is one of the characters in our D&D campaign.
An NPC.
He's the guy who actually hired you into the mercenary company that you all belong.
Yep.
And he is a fire Ganassi, hence the red. And he's older. He's in his mid-40s. He's got a little salt and pepper kind of hair going on. It's a little hard to see on the camera. But he has a little salt and pepper hair. I'll take some photos of him after we're done today and post them on social media.
If you want, while you're waiting for things to dry, you could grab some of the other figures, like Coromon.
Coromon came out really well. I love how you did him.
I'm just grabbing a little black wash here. This is one I painted as Coromon. He was one of the baddies.
And he is one of the baddies that they haven't caught yet. He got away. He's very finely dressed. And he uses a cane.
Here, why don't we bring it over here? If we're showing things off while I wait.
Yep. There he is. He is well-to-do off of his larceny.
Doesn't he have a magic? Isn't
Thank
his
you.
suit magic so it doesn't get dirty?
Yes, he has a
Gleaming.
gleaming, yes.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I did a while back. Mostly I just do set pieces like this.
And mostly, I don't show up that often.
Usually it's me and my dad painting together.
Yes, because he really likes to paint.
Yeah.
But he is on vacation,
So you're filling in.
so I'm filling in. I also like to paint.
You just don't get to do it as often.
Yeah, when we're streaming this show, I usually am preparing our D&D sessions because we run, we actually film on Friday nights. But with a couple of cast members on vacation this week, we won't be filming. So I am here, filling in, and getting to paint. Oh, the last thing that I had completed is upstairs, the bookcase, isn't it?
Yes, it is, I believe.
That's... It'll take me a little bit to get to. The last time I'd been painting, I completed a really nice bookcase.
Full of magic books.
Full of magic books. Oh, but I did do a Christmas special.
You did. With ornaments.
Yeah, if you guys are looking for a really cool Christmas 3D printed piece, you can go to our YouTube page, and in our painting series, we have a Christmas special. Just go back to this most recent December, and you'll find it.
Would it also be on our website under the attributions?
That one is not on the website. I haven't updated it for that.
Alright.
Oh, you goofed up on that model you were working on last night, Lady K?
Oh. I hate that.
I hate screwing up a model.
Why? Oh, grab the scorpion. I spent way too long painting that. Especially if you're like, oh, an experiment of blue wash. Yeah, wash is always like, if it doesn't work, you're repainting the whole thing. Oh boy. Here. I spent a long time painting this guy. Little giant scorpion.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job with that guy. It's one of my favorite pieces you've done. I love the little touch of the green stinger.
Oh yeah, it's hard to see here on camera, but the stinger has like a green poison on it. I figured a giant scorpion. Thank you.
So, that's so disappointing.
I know. It was looking really good.
Yeah.
Colored washes are always tricky. Like, I have a green wash here that we use for our
we have a
sewer.
No.
I paint it gray and then I wash it with green to get sort of this algae effect. But boy, if you're not careful, you're repainting everything.
Yeah. Or sometimes it just like dries differently than you expect it to.
Yeah.
It just interacts with that paint differently, and you're like, no!
Yeah.
You flip it back to the 2-person stream.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It's covered. I need to keep it clear. I'm always like reaching around a pile of paints and bottles. So I'm just putting a little black wash to help bring out some of the wood texture and the detail of this.
Can you let me know how long you want to go? Because
are we technically over?
We're at the end of our scheduled time, but we don't have any time we have to stop.
Are you good to keep going for a minute?
Yeah. You let me know when, because I got this little sarcophagus I'm working on.
Because I wouldn't mind finishing this set. Yeah. But I just gave myself a bunch of extra work by wanting to bump it up a little. Because it just felt a little flat. So yeah, unfortunately I don't get to. You're gonna keep working and chat working and lurking. That sounds good, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, Lady K. It's lovely to have you here.
Thanks for the raid and everything. We trying out this new time slot, and I feel like it's working pretty well.
Well, it's
our very first time doing it in this time slot.
But. Yes, it certainly is more conducive to everything else we do in our life. And it keeps the channel hours consistent during the week.
Mm-hmm. Less bumping up and all over.
Every once in a while we get a little 3D printer song.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it gets picked up by the mics. I think it filters it out.
I have no idea.
But our 3D printers sing to us.
Consistent streaming, that's a thing. Yeah, I know, right? It's one of the hardest parts of streaming is being consistent.
Oh, tell me about it. You're absolutely right. And that is why we made the change, because we found so many times where it's just like, oh man, we had been doing 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then 2 p.m. on Sundays.
With like 3 p.m. painting, it was all over the place.
Yeah, and we had so many, especially the evening streams, where something would come up during the day, and it would just
throw everything off.
And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's 9 o'clock at night. It'll be fine by then, right? That's
what you tell yourself.
That's what you tell yourself. But then it like isn't, and then you go, oh my god, it's 8:45.
Yeah, you struggle as well with consistency. Yeah, it's one of those things where, and it's good. I like, so far in our testing, I do like having these early streams and then being done and being like, I can handle all the other parts of my life now.
Yes.
But it does mean being a little more forceful about our sleep schedule, for example.
Oh yeah, our habit's gotten so bad.
We tend to like to be nocturnal. And
especially me.
Especially you, and then I, go along with your sleep schedule often, despite the fact that I need more sleep than you do.
And we've had the discussion about, like, why don't you just go to bed earlier? And you just looked at me like, Because you have a very active imagination, and you start to, like, hear noises and things.
Oh, yeah, I freak myself out constantly.
Yeah, so you sleep a lot better if we go to bed at the same time. So we were staying up until, well, if you start streaming at 9 and you go until 11, it can be really hard because you kind of have to come down from a stream. You're being entertaining and...
Well, you're trying to be entertaining.
Well, you're trying. Whether you are entertaining is the question, I suppose. But you're trying to be entertaining. You're trying to bring some energy. And you do all that work, then you gotta come down from it because it's
Yeah, amp yourself up.
Amp yourself up, right? So then we would have a hard time going to sleep until like 3 in the morning. Yeah, after we get the video off of the computer, start the upload to YouTube, doing all that stuff, and then you're just like, well, let me relax a little bit.
Have something to drink. Yeah.
So now we are going to bed earlier, and a week into it, it is better.
Yeah, you have that problem because you mostly stream just before bed, and good streams get you hyped up. Exactly. Like, well, it's a pretty well-known phenomenon that any, like, even a very positive activity, this happens in, like, playing games together with people and anything, really, or just having, like, a really good stream or a really good day at work or something. You get this sort of lull afterwards where your adrenaline is sort of calming down, and you actually dip into sort of a negative. Like, it's just yes, like you're up so high, you go woo, and you kind of drop lower than average in your thing, and you really need like some time to decompress afterwards and sort of like process through it. And a lot of people don't give themselves that.
Yeah, every week I run our D&D sessions, and anyone who's ever run a tabletop gaming session, doesn't matter what game it is, anyone. If you're running one of those games, there's a lot of energy that you are putting into it.
You're pouring energy in it.
And if you get done with that,
I have a cat hair.
Oh, jeez. You get done with that, you're like, whew, man, that was great. That was so much fun. And you're just like, oh, okay. And now you come down, especially when you're doing it for a show, and
you're doing voices.
And I'm bringing some characters in, and I'm like really acting and engaging fully with improvisation, which I love doing. I really do. But you get really overexcited in a lot of ways. And then we'll come down, and I'll be like, oh, that session was the worst.
Everyone hated it and hate me.
Yeah. And it doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Alright. Just adding this black wash is giving it sort of a subtle difference. It's not so flat. It's subtle, but it helps. And I think I'll do the same with the floor, although that will be much quicker than all of this would.
I have this paint still left over. Getting out some of the clumpier bits, because it's slightly tacky, but still good. I've been using it to paint Soloth's armor in kind of a mithril color, and I'm going to use it on this sarcophagus, this experimental design. What do I... You know what? That's still pretty tacky. I don't want to paint on it yet. I'm going to give that a little bit longer. Cover that paint back up. what should I do with the kind of knight figure on top?
I don't know.
I do think I'm gonna. Where did my wash go? Where'd my black wash go?
I'm using it.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
Right. Put a little bit in there. I'm gonna wash this very lightly.
The marble?
Mm-hmm.
The white?
Yep.
Oh, I guess it's ivory, technically.
It is ivory. Do they make like a white marble color?
I don't know, but we do have a white if you want it.
Because a white, it's too white. Marble has some creamy tones to it, like the classic Athenian marble.
I've never looked for it, but
and the ivory is pretty darn close. But I'm gonna wash in here, and that should bring out these details in here. And then I'm gonna paint over most of this. But the parts that aren't painted over will pop, and this will also help me see some definition about where the character ends too.
Mm-hmm. I think we have blue wash somewhere, but I barely ever used it for anything.
Yeah, it's in that box somewhere.
I think I used it for like those arcane crystals, and that's it. This is just putting so much more subtle variation in each piece. They were just feeling way too flat, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
I'm trying to be quick because I know we're over time.
Oh, take your time. I got lots of stuff to work on here. Yeah, I'm actually liking this washed look I got going on over this.
It looks older.
Yeah. Because this is supposed to be in like a crypt.
Yeah. So it should be a little dingy.
Yeah. I'm liking the texture and the color it's bringing me here.
I'm almost wondering how this yellow would look with an umber wash lightly put on it. You know?
It would tone it down a lot.
It would.
And I don't know if that's what you're going for with it.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
And all these pieces are experimental stuff. So what we're trying to do is just discover, alright, what works? What do we like? What don't we like in
scenery.
These pieces. Because all of this stuff is going in our store. So experimenting with it and understanding what works and what doesn't.
Exactly. Experimenting is fun even if it doesn't work well, because you always learn.
Yeah.
And, well, as you know, Lady Kichara, if it doesn't work, it's almost always an option to just paint over it again. If you don't like how it looks. As you were saying with the blue wash. Which is one of the really nice things. When you first started painting with me, you were like really nervous, Lexi.
Oh yeah, because you, in high school and middle school...
I did Warhammer painting.
You guys did a lot of Warhammer painting, and I never did.
Still a box full of orcs and goblins over there.
Yep, there is.
So I was very familiar, and you had not really done any painting.
No.
And it's actually once you realize that, like, even at the worst, you're just like, okay, I have to paint it again. Or, like, I guess a worst case scenario is, like, I broke the piece, and now I have to glue it together.
Which we've done.
Yeah.
And once you know that you can just fix it, you know? Like, you can just do it again.
It really is freeing. I'm kind of liking the idea of putting an umber wash on the yellow, because it will give the tavern the look of a place that was, like, at one time really bright and shiny and new, and has kind of just run down a bit.
Well, once you decided that you didn't want, that you were thinking maybe this is the Tangy Crab, which is a famous restaurant
in our
game. Ongoing D&D campaign.
A seafood restaurant.
Once you decided that you're like, okay, this is the Tangy Crab, I mean, that makes sense. Because our first story was based around the name that you threw out, which was the Headless Chicken.
Uh-huh. Which was owned and operated by a headless chicken.
Yes.
We determined. And was definitely not a farmer doing tax evasion.
No. We determined that. We figured that out. I thought it was a great story, but I love the idea of the Tangy Crab. I'm very invested in the Tangy Crab now.
Monetarily?
No, why would you do that? It's a terrible... the food is awful. Although a lot of tourists... there's not a lot of tourists in Krebstadt.
No.
I mean, it's a city that its entire industry
is around harvesting dire
crabs, like 30-foot wide dire crabs.
Uh-huh.
And all of the city's infrastructure is coated and reinforced with ground up
crabcrete,
amalgamated chitin from the crabs that they call crabcrete. So the whole city smells like crab all the time.
Yep. Did our print just finish?
One of them. Yep. And I'm going to let it cool here in the chamber. And start another one.
Neat. There's the other one. Our prints are finishing. Very exciting.
The pieces that just finished behind me are
Stone dungeon corners, right?
Stone dungeon corners, and they are production quality.
So they're higher resolution than the ones I'm painting.
Yeah, they are final production quality pieces. And because the 3D printers that we use are very accurate, they come out great. But it is 3D printing in the type of printing we do. Use thermoplastics, so they can be very, very sensitive to changes in temperature. And because we did such a quick change on this, just like a minute of downtime between the end of one print and the start of the next, I'm letting those pieces cool
inside
in the controlled chamber. This is a complete enclosure, so the temperature is very consistent, and we're in a basement. So if I take it out,
it's pretty cool.
It's comparatively quite a bit cooler than inside those enclosures. And that can cause warping with the piece. And we don't want any of that. We wouldn't sell anything like that. It would be a wasted piece.
At best, we could use it in the show.
Yeah. So when there's a quick changeover like that, we leave them in the chamber.
In order to cool down to a better temperature.
Yep.
And set.
Still a little tacky. I don't want to put a new coat on it, so I'm just going to sit here and chat.
Okay. With me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Huh?
You're hoping to get a 3D resin printer soon-ish? Then you can make your own figures?
Yeah, 3D resin printing is what I'd like to get into. We don't have great space for it.
Yeah.
Where we are. Oh yes, my mini factory is a very addicting site, okay? It's super addicting. Especially if you do a lot of painting for the kind of stuff you do, like mini figures. Oh, man, they got a lot over there. There's some pieces, like these scenery pieces that we paint over there, but most of those things show up on Thingiverse, I've found. But I'd love to get... we have some sort of future plans for the store.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to eventually, because we're not trying to bite off more than we can chew, we would like to eventually get a nice modeling station for model clay.
For me.
For you, so that you can carve away pieces and make our own set pieces. And design our own miniature figures and things like that. And then take those pieces and use a 3D scanner to scan them and turn them into reprintable minis. And then print them with a resin printer. That's our sort of long-term goal with what we're doing with the store. But doing that is a lot. And we don't want to get too stretched thin.
One thing at a time.
Yeah. And I really do love these pieces. These dungeon pieces that we make. I love playing with them. Because they're fully... As you've seen, they're fully magnetized. So you can just reconfigure them to your heart's content. And they snap right together. And you can just reconfigure. Couple episodes ahead of what we are currently broadcasting. Those look like lots of fun to use. They are. Thank you. They're very fun to use. And a couple episodes ahead of where we're broadcasting in our show, our D&D stream, they have a giant boss fight, and it's a map that's constantly shifting. So I'm able to use all the magnetized bases here and like shift the whole map around mid-combat and change things on them.
That was fun.
And do things like trap people behind a wall.
Mm-hmm.
After they trigger something and an event happens, another
that was less
step
fun.
behind a wall, and you guys didn't see that coming, and you're like, oh crap! It really freaked you guys out when I was like, and the wall was closed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I love these things, and we want to get them perfect. They're pretty darn close to perfect. There's a few innovations that I'm trying to work on for some later generations, but we love these things. They're a lot of fun to make, and I want to carry them forward. And then we can start designing our own pieces and getting them out there. Yeah, which I'm really looking forward to one day. Especially to service some of the other areas in tabletop gaming that aren't so serviced, like modern
and sci-fi.
We have some really cool ideas about making pieces that are sci-fi and modern.
Cup. Thanks.
Sci-fi and modern pieces, because these are all, like fantasy settings.
Pretty much. Yeah.
And we really
Although we have a Southwest setting that's a little less than less medieval fantasy style.
Yeah, it's the same tile set as this, same design, but done with different colors and a different floor.
I'm gonna use a bigger brush.
And it takes on sort of a Southwest mission style. Lady K says, for Christmas, my husband got me a bunch of Mimic minis to paint.
Oh, nice.
I had far too much fun painting the outhouse Mimic. Oh,
oh boy.
Oh no.
That's the scariest thing.
I mean, I've heard like down in Florida especially, like a snake in the toilet that comes up like through the plumbing.
But
right?
what if your toilet is the snake?
Yeah, the whole thing. Oh, those are fantastic. It's somewhere around here. I have a Mimic barrel that we print. And I haven't used it in the show. But just the fact that all of you know that I have a Mimic barrel, it just makes every time you guys see a barrel in this show that much more tense.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, is that gonna...
That's looking a little more run down, yeah?
Yeah, I like that. I like how that's coming across.
Everything's a mimic, right?
Oh, yeah. When you don't know what's gonna try to kill you, that's the best. This is getting close to being dry enough to paint on. Still has a little too much tackiness.
It shouldn't be too terribly much longer.
Yeah, take your time. This is another piece that we have recently pulled off.
An entire campaign setting of mimics with tree tent, outhouse, backpack, and 2 versions of each with the normal and mimic forms. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, man. That'd be a fun sort of one-shot idea. Where the players are all mimics.
And you're eating adventurers.
And, like, you're trying to eat the adventurers.
That would be fun.
Yeah. I should write that.
Is that the furnace?
Maybe that's the call we're waiting on. I think it is.
I'll swap to my solo scene. Was it?
That was the call we're waiting on. We're having someone come here to talk about humidifier replacements.
Are they gonna be here soon, or what?
Yeah, they're gonna be here soon. You can keep working. I'm gonna go up and have a conversation with them. I'll be here in about 10 minutes.
Alright, I'll probably be done in about 10 minutes, but that's okay.
And you can come up and join us.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is this is a piece that we've been working on. I'm gonna
pop it back to the duo.
Yep.
Alright.
So this is a piece we've been working on. It's a brazier, and you can see the kind of contour of this circular brazier. And it's a disc. This is unprimed right now.
That's shiny and black.
And it has this flame piece there. And this is the part that we've been working very hard on. So the flame comes out, and it is fully magnetized. Magnetized. So the flame just pops right in, and the kind of setup here is you can be in a ritual chamber where someone's trying to summon something, and you have to stop it before it happens. But of course, they don't stop it before it happens, because what's the fun? Like, what's the fun of that? So then the flame is lit, right? And then the big boss comes out, right?
Yeah.
So this is a little piece we've been working on. We also have some pieces we're working on. Same principle with magnetized bits and
secret doors,
secret door traps and stuff. Yeah. They aren't ready yet. We'll show them off
as we paint them, I'm sure.
Probably next week.
You think? Oh yeah. That's what we're printing right now.
Yeah, we're printing the set that has those, so we'll probably show them off next week. Well, I'm gonna go.
Get ready
to meet someone.
And not have pajama pants on.
Not have pajama pants on.
That's only for the internet.
It's really funny. I'm perfectly comfortable streaming to the entire internet in my pajama pants, but meet like one person in private in my home and just face to face, and I'm like, I'll put on something better than pajama pants. So, thanks from me to everyone who showed up today. We really appreciated having you. We love having someone to interact with while we are streaming painting. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I will see you...
Now that she's gone, you won't enjoy it anymore.
No. I will see you soon. And I'll let Nichole take over.
I'm not nearly as entertaining, I know. As she pointed out multiple times there. So I'm getting the finishing touches. The only things I haven't done are the doors. I have like a super base coat started on them, but I have to put silver on all the fittings and everything, and all that. So that is nowhere near done. I always forget about the doors until the very end. It's just what I do. But the nice thing is, with these sets, the doors are fully functional, so they open and close. Which can be a lot of fun for when you're doing a fight, and that sort of thing can matter in D&D. Alright. Getting through all these corners take forever, because there's just... It's like two walls crammed into one. Yeah, they're magnetized using... Where are they? I thought they were here. We have the little magnet balls. You can sort of see them in the underside here, in those holes. I don't know where our little box of magnet balls is, but they're little 5mm magnet balls that we drop in to the bases before we glue them together. This is a really messed up piece that we were playing with, but this is sort of what a base looks like. The balls fall into these holes here, 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 and here, and then we glue the rest of the piece on top of the whole structure, and that holds the magnet balls inside. And the nice thing about that is then they're in this little cavity, so they're free spinning. So there isn't a north-south issue like you get with a lot of magnets. Any way you configure it, the ball will spin to the correct direction to hold one another together. So it makes the whole thing a lot more versatile than with standard, like a disc magnet. Yeah, I have no idea where the magnet balls are. They're probably over on a shelf back there. Whew. And I've been sitting a long time. 4 hours now, for almost 5 hours. So I'm gonna need to get up and stretch after this. But I'm almost done. We were supposed to end a while ago, and I just I hate leaving a set unfinished if I am close. If I was halfway done, I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's be done. Bye. Basically. But being almost done, I really want to just get it through. I'm going kind of slow because I want to minimize the amount of bubbles that the wash gets, and this plaster has a very subtle texture to it that likes to make bubbles with the thinness of the wash. So I am trying to be conscientious of that and avoid it. Because the bubbles, when it comes to a wash, will just ultimately what they do is just make a little ring when it dries, because they pop as it dries. And then you just have these little awkward paint rings, basically. Alright. One thing I'd love to integrate in more is we have this thing, this realistic water that's actually built for train sets, but it lets you create this clear resin that you can color with paint that stays glossy after the fact. When I'm done here, if I remember, I'll grab... We made some necromancer pools with them. We did a big green poison vat, we did a red blood vat, and a purple sort of necrotic energy vat with them. And if I remember, I'll grab them by the end. I think they turned out really nice. Okay, all I have left are these pieces. So we're getting close to done. Especially since the windows only need it on the floor and this lower section. Down here. This part will be a little tricky because I have to get into these little grooves like that, there and there, on this door frame. And then the way the door works is we actually have these little lintel pieces that pop in and glue in the top here to create the frame itself, and then the door gets placed on a wire to create the hinge. We have some new wires coming, but if you want to be cheap, there are, you can just use paper clips even. A standard paper clip is about a 20 gauge wire, which is about right for the print here. Here's the largest section of floor on this double door. I'm at that weird part where you're like, I don't want to get more paint out, but I don't think I have enough in my cup to use it all. I have to give myself a little drop more. Yeah, it's, I mean, I can't take credit, I didn't design it, I just paint them. But yeah, it's really neat how you can make miniatures. And we actually, we've been looking a lot at other miniature things. So, for example, we really wanted trees, because sometimes you fight in a forest. And 3D printing a tree is extremely difficult for fairly obvious reasons, but the train makers, people who do like electric trains, they make trees all the time, and they make them very cheaply, and it's used with flocking and just some injection molded plastic and stuff, and they make a very nice realistic looking tree. So rather than try and make a tree out of 3D printing, just go and buy a train set tree if you need one. They make them a lot, and they make them cheap. So that's really a nice way to do it. Likewise, for some of our sets, we want little carpets, you know, little rugs to like hide above trapdoors, things like that. Make a mansion look kind of fancy, whatever that is. And we were like, how on earth? Like, a 3D printed rug isn't gonna look good, and it's gonna take forever to paint. But just looking around a little, the people who make little rugs all the time are dollhouse makers. And they have a whole system figured out where they actually print on cloth, like with a printer. They're printing on cloth and making little like Persian rugs and stuff. It's pretty crazy. So we're looking into adopting some of those techniques that other people have pioneered. And I am just about done here. Great. So I'm just gonna drop that in there, and let's see what it looks like all put together. So, if I'm remembering my layout correctly here, pull my camera up. There we go. Let's see. Obviously, it's still a little wet from the paint here, so it'll matte out and dry a bit more as it dries. There. I think that's the tavern layout we sort of designed it with. And I'm kind of lifting it up so it's not holding together perfectly because it's just holding with magnets right now. There it goes. So this is our basic tavern layout though. And you can do things, you can throw, like, we have like counters that I haven't painted that you can put along in here to create sort of a bar. We're going to be testing some tables to print. And everything like that. I'm gonna leave this here for a second. I'm gonna grab some of the pools because I'm pretty proud of them, and then we'll be ending. So here are our 3 experimental pools. I'll move that to the side. This is our Necromancer's Blood pool. And this is hard, it's fine to touch, but it has that nice gloss sheen. Here is the Oozy Green pool. And the Necrotic Purple. I've also been playing with the idea of doing like a light blue and white for sort of a spectral ghost feel. But that's all done. We use realistic water, it's called. It's used for train sets to create like lakes and ponds and rivers. We've also used it for D&D for river tiles. So these are rivers that you can put next to each other and have go along. So there's a lot of really cool, fun, and interesting things you can do by looking outside of like the D&D world, but in like a similar vein. Yeah, we have a lot of fun with it. But here's my dingy yellow tavern. I think it turned out all right. I'll let it dry and I'll take some pictures and put them on Instagram. All I have left are to paint the lintels, which will go there, and then finish these doors up and install them. So I'm going to end there because it's almost 3 o'clock. I went about an hour over. That happens. And I have some cleaning up to do, all my brushes and stuff. So thank you everyone who showed up. Thank you, Lady Kachara, for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. If anyone likes what we do, we have all of our old painting things on YouTube as well. Yeah, so thanks everyone. I'm gonna get some lunch. Bye.